starting soon with our open class. We have about 7 exhibitors there. Then we'll move into our Market Barrow show, followed by our Market Guilds after that.
Hey, Dan, how do I say this?
Bryce and Tyler.
Jackson County Fair Swine Show. We will be starting with open class. There are 7 exhibitors.
You want to trade?
Wait, are you
Don't vote me, Dan.
Oh, yeah. Pinker. Pinker.
H-I, not H-E. So how should I this is 7. Do I how use this blue ribbon again? Okay.
We don't literally.
That whatever happened up there happened right before us there with that ultrasounding thing, and things just didn't go right after that. Whatever.
I would like to know that I bought a $7 for and it's got a logo probably. Oh my god.
Your pin is up there. You got your card up there. That would be
However, before the yellow. These ones? Yeah.
Oh, I was wearing it.
You can be whoever you want to be today.
whatever happened at the ultrasound place yesterday as well. Stuff up here, right there. It just got messed up. We'll show up in January, but
That's hopefully. Yeah, we can always write it on.
right. Yeah, he's got it.
Oh my god, little bibs. She's a Bubba Junior. That how I should announce it? Bubba Junior.
So Miles getting a shoulder check.
Yeah, I'm just gonna do the same way. Just put the Bajas over to the other side. The nice parents walk to the other side.
On. Yep.
Well, good morning. We'll start out with these young kids here in the open class, and we're going to just place these as we have them out here, make it simplified so these kids don't have to get them in and out of the pens. I'm going to start with the young man on the far side here with the belted gilt in this class, one that is complete, fresh, sound on his feet and legs, has some rib and body and muscle to him. I think wins the class fairly easy to me. Then it gets a little more difficult. I'm going to go with this Berkshire Gilt here, right here in second. Sound moving, good design, profile, sets its feet down squarely in both ends of its skeleton. Maybe not quite as much muscle shape as a couple that are going to be behind you, but just better structurally on feet and legs. Then I'm going to go to the blue butt right here, and I'm going to follow with the blue right here as a pair. Those are bigger framed hogs. When you get over the top of them, I like the muscle shape that both of them give me a little better than the Berkshire Gilt that was ahead of you. But I'd like to see both of them pigs walk better on their rear legs. They like to wobble. They don't take as long a stride as maybe I consider ideal, but they've got dimension. They got cutability to them. You sure have to appreciate that about them. Then I'm going to go with this spotted gilt over here, another gilt that's got some frame. She's very, very lean. I think she's a little better on her rear legs than the two blues that were ahead of you, but she narrows up a bit. She's a little flatter through her cage, not quite as fresh appearing there to me as the others. Now we're going to go with this other Berkshire Gilt here next. Sound, flexible, just needs to have more hog there for me. I'd like to see more dimension, just a little more muscle to just improve her a little bit. Now we're going to round the class out with this belted gilt the young man has here, a hog that's going to kill, extremely lean when you get over the top of this gilt. But she's a little narrower, a little harder made, just needs to walk better for me on the rear legs today. So let's give these young exhibitors a hand.
Congratulations to Travis Olson exhibiting this year's Grand Champion Open Market Swine. Congratulations to Ty Castle showing the reserve. Congratulations to Addie Bush, Lavina Bush, Dawson Bush, Nora Bush, and Sailor Johnson with blue ribbons. We will now be starting our Pee Wee showmanship. The Pee Wee Showmanship sponsor is Terry and Paula Hagen. This year, all participants will earn a free ice cream cone from the ice cream stand, and the winner will receive a banner.
Guys, so much exciting out there.
Tinker.
Children, they're all so cute. I just want to squish them. Oh, she's so sweet. Oh, Hannah. Go get him. Hannah is obsessed with her. Me? Or Hannah Joe? I think it's just really big. Come on. Just hop on him. It'll be fine. Bye. That would give you
Let's give these kids a hand here for doing maybe their first showmanship. There was a couple girls in here I thought that stood out to me. A young lady here and the girl in the red that maybe had the best eye contact. This young lady here, this young lady with the spot gilt's going to win our showmanship today. You stayed on the right side of your pig when it got in trouble. You got it funneled into the center. You had the best eye contact with me. You got to know where the judge is at all times. Congratulations, young exhibitor there. Let's give him a hand.
You did a nice job, okay?
Yeah, okay, perfect. Did I have enough?
I think so. And then the rest.
There should have, I think there, if there's any leftovers, you guys get them.
Okay. Congratulations to Nora Bush being our grand champion Pee Wee Showman. Congratulations to Addie.
It's the other way around, but no, it's Nora. Nora.
Congratulations to Addie Bush being our reserve. Congratulations to Travis Olson, Lavina Bush, Dawson Bush, Ty Castle, and Sailor Johnson on blue ribbons.
Little piggies.
You got this, Mama.
Bubba, what's her name? Vina? Lavina. Morgan. I wonder where she gets the book from. Bubba, where do you find this?
Oh, they were wavering with mine. They're hemmed up about that far.
Let me guess. Grandma Mima did it.
Oh, Addie!
Yeah!
Taylor! Go off the game! Go catch up to Morgan! I'm telling you, he's really just living his best life.
We're good to start?
I can't believe this.
We will now be starting our Junior Fair Market Barrel Show. Our first class in the arena will be our lightweight A barrels. These barrels are ranging from 171 to 224.
Should we do this first before we do the final?
Yeah, just in case we mess up.
How many inches you got?
4, so I think it's 2 and 2. He always brings a pretty shirt. Do it. If you want to start getting them ready for the next classes too, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 in the next one. I believe it's 2, 3, 2, 2.
2, 2, 2, 3. Stay forever.
You're looking at guilds.
Can I have the? Is it under the mic?
No, turn pages.
Do you want to write down medium A barrel, add an extra?
Yes. Can I borrow a pen for? Oh, you need to write it down.
What am I writing down?
An extra for medium weight A. And how much does she weigh?
248.
All right, here we have 4 individuals in our lightweight division here that didn't make weight, but there was some quality in here that you have to appreciate about them. I'm going to start with the young man right here with this Berkshire barrel. The balanced barrel of the group, I think, has just a little more bone, a little more muscle than our second place one, which would be our other Berkshire right here. Sound on their feet, have some body and dimension, adequate muscle. Just good livestock you have to appreciate for that. Then it gets a little more difficult for me. We have a balanced little hog here that's got some muscle and is good in his feet and legs. And then we got the real carcass hog there and the white blue there. But I chose to go here with the balanced sounder animal here. Young man has in the belted pig there. Just needs to grow and have more punch to him. But he's opened up. He's got some product. He's really substantially better on his feet and legs, particularly than the rear legs of the white pig. I love the top shape. The front third of your white barrel, you have to sure appreciate. He's opened up. He's deep ribbed. He's got a big shoulder blade, huge monster top in him. But when you get behind him, he just has too much problem structurally, whether it was PPLO or erysipelas, whatever it is, but he just can't go good enough to compete today. Let's give those a hand there for those 4 lightweights. Good job.
Congratulations to Justin Kling exhibiting a first blue, Grace Kling with a second blue, Jacob Kling with a first red, and Aiden Stetzer with a second red. Now entering the arena will be our medium weight A barrels. These barrels are ranging from 230 to 255 pounds. Do you think I should announce that there's an addition in there? Well, I don't know if people even have papers.
There are some of them.
Should I?
Not many.
Why don't I
just say like
Well, no, I was just gonna say we do have an addition to this. Yeah, we're not doing it then, 'cause nobody's gonna notice. I stopped asking.
Hello.
All of my favorites.
Yeehaw.
Who's our who's?
Got a jiggly booty.
Just kidding. I think one is Reese's.
Not surprised. Oh, or maybe not. Does she have Beavis and Butthead training? She does have a Beavis
Yes,
and
she
Butthead
does.
training.
Also, it was not Reese's Pig.
More power to her.
Okay, stop.
Big show. I'm here for it.
Can I,
You should wear the shirts like secretly people cheating and it looks like a golf shirt. My mom would have shot me. Shot me dead.
okay, Dan, bottom to top? No, top to bottom.
Top down.
Okay.
Yep.
Isn't it Reese's?
Yeah, that is, but I'm confused. Mom is gonna watch it. Oh, I thought
He got hot last night.
he pointed to Taylor, not Reese.
No, I was talking about
Oh,
Lisa.
I thought.
So that's putting the ones in the pen that he likes.
I'm not sure.
Okay. So is it bottom to top?
So tops will be
Top over there.
but just wait, 'cause I'm sure he'll pull them out. Can I have a drumstick? Maybe I should. If I get the shakes, you know why.
Just a drink.
We got a nice class here and in the ring here, and there's 3-4 individuals here. I think very good. Really like this here barrel with this that I starting here. This blue face barrel. He's a taller fronted barrel, but range of motion and flexibility in that barrel is really good in this class. I think outwalks everything. He's tall shouldered, big back, fresh as can be. He doesn't have quite as big a hip as the barrel we land in second with, but I like the mobility. I like the look. The height at the shoulder is very, very good. That girl does a heck of a job sticking that pig. I really like this barrel here. When he come at me out of the gate there, I knew he was going to be in the hunt in this class. I think I like the hip structure in your barrel a little better in class winner. He's wider at his hip and his pin and carries that width all the way back. He's big back. He's stout in his feature. He's just a little shorter strided than our class winner. He's not as tall fronted. But what gets this barrel for me is he's just a little more down on his front pasterns than I just like. But that's a really good pair to start with that you sure have to appreciate. The barrel here that's not cooperating today is a barrel that's very lean. He's long in his side. He's long enough in his rump. He's very fresh. But he's a little more tubular. He doesn't have as much dimension, I don't think, when he comes at me in terms of chest. He's not as stout in his feature and his head and skull as the two barrels that beat you. But he needs to be third because he's fresh. He's really a good-looking kind of barrel in terms of from the side you have to like. The white barrel that comes out of fourth is a barrel that really has a productive look. I mean, this is a high cutability, practical kind of hog that we need a lot more of. He's got a big rib in him. He's got a big hip, and he's comfortable. He just doesn't have as much structure and look to compete with the barrels. If you want to argue putting him one placing higher, I couldn't disagree with that. Red barrel comes out here in 5. A real productive, big dimension hog. He's got a big old chest in him. He just gets a little shorter walking on each end of his skeleton. He doesn't take long strides. He kind of prances and dances. I'd like to change that. I'd like to lean him up a little bit over his shoulder, his neck, and his collar a little bit to move him higher. But I do appreciate the overall dimension from the side. You have to like the pattern that guy gives you. Then we come with a real stout, muscular kind of barrel, a little quicker in his maturity, a little coarser and chunkier out through his head and his neck. I'd like to extend that and make him just a little bit longer through his front end, a little bigger in his bone work compared to the mass. But man, he's fresh back, got a big hip, he's sound enough. Really practical kind of market hog. Then we round out here a couple belted hogs that are just a little flatter in their rib cage. They're lean. This is a very mobile barrel. I like that. But he's a little flatter and drier and narrower in his base and all the way through his forerib. I'd like to give him a little more oomph, what I'd say there, and a little bit more muscle to compete in this good class. And that's very similar in young man's belted barrel here. He's a little flatter in his side, might have a little advantage in shape to his top than the one above you, but he plays out just a little bit in terms of bone and muscle compared to the good ones. We round out the class with a really big dimension barrel, one that has just got a lot to him. He's got enough muscle. He needs to walk better on both ends of his skeleton. He needs to be cleaner out through his throat and out through his head and neck there to have that show ring appeal that it takes today to win market hog shows. Let's give those exhibitors a hand for a really good competitive class.
Congratulations to Taylor Laufenberg on a first blue, Kendall Campen with a second blue, Hugh Hansen with a first red, Annette Streff with a second red, Alyssa Lindo with a first white, Amara Streff with a second white. Oh, where's our first pink? Oh, Reese Gerke with a first pink, Gage Castle with a second pink, and Aspen Krasinski with a third pink. Now entering the arena will be our medium weight B barrels. These barrels are ranging from 243 to 268 pounds.
Silent. Woohoo! Yeah. Showing off to the world.
I love that. Alexa has a bright pink shirt on. This is Rianne. Yeah, that's Alexa. And then, or Leah. Alexa has a bright pink shirt on. Alexa's not in this class.
I didn't say Alexa.
It's a Leah. Oh, yeah, Leah's out there. The striped one. And Sadie is this one in the blue. Or green, too. And then Drew Stetzer.
Oh,
Preston. Ella. Yeah.
is Ella the one in the black?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. The girl with the
So I believe that he said top four would probably change, and then bottom five will be third, bottom whatever will be the same.
Okay, for your next class. Okay, for your next class, what do you have? Oh, wait, this is for this one. I don't have the next one. 6, 9. That'll be 2 blues,
Another nice class here in this division here, and it gets a little tougher. I think I got a class winner that is very comfortable for me at the top of this class, and it's a young lady here with the painted up barrel. Sounder on his feet and legs, get over the top of him, he's fresh. He's tall at the point of the shoulder. When he goes away from you, he has enough length of stride and squareness going away, I think, to win this class pretty easy. And I thought it got very difficult between the two. We've got an extreme barrel here that's got too much, and he can't go as good behind, but he's got center rib and shape you have to like. Then you got another barrel here that's a little bit more like our class winner, correct in its design, little looser in its stride, little square from behind. I choose to follow with the one that's more like my class winner. Big frame, square on its feet, adequate muscle. You have to appreciate that, keeping that pair together. The outlier definitely is this real extreme muscled barrel here. God, he's got a big rib and top shape. I like it. He's a little rounder and a little bit much behind for me, but where he disappoints me is just his rear legs there. He steps outside himself a little more, and I like if we could just back him off a little and make him a little sounder there, it would have been a really nice class winner, just a little bit extreme and tight for me today. And we come out with a pair of barrels here. Here's one. This girl does a tremendous job getting this hog stuck. From the side, I really like this barrel. He's pretty sound. His lines are very good, but really disappoints me. He's flatter ribbed. He doesn't have as much muscle shape as the ones ahead of him, but really good pattern kind of a pig. A real productive a red belt barrel here that's a really good hog. He's opened up. He's deep in his rib. You get over his top. I love the top shape and his back shape. He's got a lot of flank in him and a big old hip. Just not as tall fronted, not as attractive looking in the show world, but that is a real practical hog that we need to have, but just semi-loads of those kind of hogs going to town every day. The Packers sure appreciate it. Another barrel here that's a little flatter. He's sound, he's good in his design. I like that about your pig. I'd like to see him wider at his base. I'd like to give him more just true muscle to go with his good loose skeleton. He could handle it. I'd like to clean him up in the crotch there in that gland just a bit to make him more attractive. Kind of a stout featured barrel here that opens up a little bit more through his center than the one ahead of you, but he just gets too tight behind. He takes short strides, particularly on that back left leg. Give him more muscle, give him more freedom of movement on his rear leg, and we could have moved him up a spot. A real muscular kind of a pig right here, one that's got extreme amount of muscle. He's got some swelling in his joints that's not allowing him to move good enough today, but very, very heavy muscled. I think him and the barrel that was third in this class would definitely cut the best, but they just got to walk better. Got a practical barrel that comes out next, this York appearing barrel. Balance, a good kind of market hog there. When you talk about just practical, he's a sound practical hog. Gets a little shorter in his face, a little coarser in his neck, and he's kind of got that line over his neck where he's starting to show more condition. But he's got bone, he's got body, he's got some shape. You could have put him a place or two higher. I wouldn't argue that. Then we come out with the belted barrel here of the pair that rounds out the class. He's the plainest looking one, but he's the freest moving. He's got the most frame size, but your feet and legs are just better here than rounding out with the extreme muscled one here that just doesn't go on its rear legs good enough. Big shoulder, big top in your barrel. He gets a little jowly and coarse through his neck, but more than anything just needs to move a little bit better today for me to move any higher. Let's give those exhibitors a hand here for a very competitive class.
Congratulations to Rianne Ruzick with a first blue, Sadie Brown with a second blue, Bryson Seiler with a first red, Morgan Lindo with a second red, Jackson Peterson with a third red, Preston Yeske with a first white, Drew Stetzer with a second white, Leah Blaken with a third white, Ella Settlebauer with a first pink, Aspen Krasinski with a second pink, and Jordan Olson with a third pink. Now entering the arena will be our heavyweight A barrels. These barrels range from 272 pounds to 281.
That must be
Our judge, his name is John Heinker, and he is from Decorah, Iowa. He has been married for 46 years, has 4 children and 13 grandchildren. He currently breeds Durocs and Crosses and sells hogs all over the United States and the world. He has judged in multiple states and national shows all over the United States. Please welcome our judge, John Heinker.
Oh, thanks.
very good class when we get out to these three top heavyweights out here. And there's some things I like really good about each one of them, and there's a few things I'd like to nitpick about them. And the one that I keep coming back to that has those extras and is as fresh as they can come is really heavy boned, fresh, stout. I'd just like to see him hit it just a little more of a gear. Young man on the far end is going to win this class. Super stout, super fresh, runs uphill. I like that about your barrel. Just like to see him just take a little easier, longer stride and go a bit better. That's where I like the two barrels that follow you. And the one I'm going to come and follow you with is this here belted barrel right here. I like your barrel from the side, and where I like him best in the class is right here, this rear view. His pin set and squareness to his hip and the way he sets his rear legs down is really square. I like that. He's not as stout a featured. He's not as big a bone, big a armed as a barrel that beats you. But man, I gave it a lot of thought about winning the class with him because he really covers all the bases in terms of design, hip and hind leg. Very good in that pig. Very good blue pig here to come off in third. This girl just does a tremendous job. The length of stride in this barrel is my favorite of the three barrels. She's really got him broke, and he's got the reach on both ends of his skeleton. But he's a lot frailer, I think, in terms of his skull, his arm, his bone work is not as heavy and stout as the other two barrels. I don't think he has quite as much hip as either one of the barrels, but I love the mobility, design, flex that one offers. I think a very, very outstanding third-place pig today. Another pig I like when he comes at me, I like the face that one gives me. He's got a wide face. He's got a big enough chest. He gets down on his pasterns a little bit, but where I'd like to help your barrel a little bit is when I get behind him. He can have a little bigger hip. He could have a little more bone, a little more foot size compared to the ones that were ahead of you, particularly the two that win the class. He probably has as much bone as the one in third, but he played out a little bit when he goes away from me compared to the blue. Here's a real meat hog. I really like this guy from his shoulder back. He's got a big back in him. He's got a nice rib cage to him. He's got a long enough, full enough hip. He's got enough bone. I like that about him. Where I don't like him quite as well as some of the others, he doesn't have as much attractiveness up through his front end, maybe. All the little bells and whistles that make him really, really elite. I'd like to change that about him. But man, that's good livestock there. We got to stay real close to that. 3 dimensions, good hip and hind leg. That's where I'd like to change your barrel here. Here's one that's got design. He's not as fresh, but he just doesn't move good enough for me today. The barrel has got a great design. He's got a good hip in him. I like that. He's got a stout skull. He just has to go better for me. He has to take longer strides on both ends of his skeleton to move him up any higher. That's where the barrel behind you here is a little bit better. He's a little bit more vanilla in my taste in terms of that extra feature and look and stoutness that we want, but he's balanced. He's practical. He's a barrel that has good feet and legs under him. He didn't want to cooperate quite as well out here. His attitude not quite as good, but compare him like with the one behind him. He's stouter in his feature. He's got just a little more true shape in him. The blue-faced barrel coming out next. A barrel there that is well-grown looking pig. He's got some rib. He's got adequate shape. He's just a little frailer in his forearm and his feet. His head breathes a little frailer. I'd like to make your barrel walk a little freer and square on his rear legs to move him up. Round out the class with a kind of a flexible, plainer looking barrel. He's really just good everyday kind of hog. I like the way he's comfortable. He just needs to have more muscle to compete with these barrels that were ahead of him today. Let's give those exhibitors a hand for another competitive, good class.
Do you want me to announce after this class heavyweight knees to bring up all your first and second blues?
You can.
Okay.
Maybe you don't hear anything in the market right now.
Oh,
So,
lovely.
but you could say it that way. I'm going to be standing up here, so.
Go. Okay. Congratulations to Adam Mossman with a first blue, Sean Stetzer with a second blue, Taylor Lockenberg with a first red, Chase Campen with a second red, Hugh Hansen with a first white, Julia Brown with a second white, Oakley Settlebar with a first pink, Leah Blaken with a second pink, and Rivers Johnson with a third pink. Now entering the arena will be our heavyweight B barrels. These barrels range from 282 to 290 pounds.
Should I do it after that? Because
Quality runs down pretty well in this class. I'm going to lead with the barrel on the far end of this here group here. He's the most opened up. He's the stoutest featured. He's the freshest. I'd like to see him just get a little gear and move just with a little rapider speed there. But man, when you get behind him, he's square. You get on top of him. He's got a big back. I'd like to clean his throat up just a fraction, maybe to be critical of him. But I think relative to this class, he has to win. He's got the most spread. He's fresh. He's square from behind. You have to like. I like the mobility of this barrel here, the wide belted barrel. He gets out and really takes a stride. I like that. He's a little flatter through his rib cage. He gets down on his front pasterns maybe just a little bit more. I don't think he's quite as fresh in his appearance. Where I don't like him quite as well as our class winner is coming right at me. He narrows at the base of his chest and through his sternum, but that thing has a good long stride. He's got a long hip. You got to appreciate the qualities that he has. And we got a close pair here. This is a real meat hog here. This one here is as fresh as anything in the class. I really like that from the shoulder, his top, his hip and hind leg is pretty acceptable. He's a little bit uglier up through his head, out through his throat. He's starting to get just a little bit more underneath his flank than I call ideal. But that barrel there is really honest. He's really muscular. He's balanced enough. I thought he's a good pig and thought about putting him higher all day long and maybe could have. Another pig I like from the side, this Duroc barrel, really good design, really easy walking kind of pig. Just needed a little bit more muscle compared to a couple of them ahead of you. He's square on both ends. Stouting him up, just give him a notch more muscle. I think he could have competed at a high level in this class. And we got a couple here that are coming out, a real big dimension kind of a barrel here, not quite as clean and attractive up through the head and neck is what a lot of people want in their show barrels, but he's practical. He sets his feet square and forward. He's got a big rib. He's got a lot of muscle and a lot of balance to him. Just a really practical market hog. Maybe not a show barrel, but a real practical, good kind of a market hog. And unfortunate here, this has happened to about everybody in the barn where you get the gland underneath the flank that goes and you can't do anything about it. If we could clean this barrel up in the gland, he could have moved up a spot or two for sure. He's a little flatter in his shoulder and through his forerib than I like. You combine that with the gland issue, and I just had to go there with him. He's lean, he's long rump, he's good enough rear-legged. There's a lot of quality in that barrel, but today wasn't his day. Let's give those kids a hand for another good competitive class.
Looks like we have meat coming up.
Congratulations to Haley Hansen on a first blue, Macy Casper on a second blue, Brett Mossman on a first red, Jordan Olson on a second red, Tate Yeske on a first white, and Morgan Berg on a second white. Now entering the arena will be our heavyweight C barrels. These barrels range from 294 to 324. Also, if you have a first or second blue starting in the medium weight A barrels, please bring them to the holding area so we can get ready to select our Grand and Reserve market barrel.
A real easy handle here in the red barrel to win the class. One that's extremely extended out through his front end. He comes at you square enough and true enough. Got a big long hip, very fresh. Like to tweak his rear leg a little bit, square it up just a little at the ground. Maybe stride a little bit longer in that rear leg, but that thing is really good in terms of extension, length of hip, freshness. You gotta like that. I thought it was really close between this pair here, and I actually switching them in my mind from when I penned them last there. I'm going to go with the barrel right here the young lady in the black shirt has. He's a little bit longer in his hip. He's a little bit longer through his face. He's cleaner up in his crotch area. He's very sound on his feet. He's got a big back. I think muscle-wise, very close placing with these. I thought he was just a little more structurally correct, a little cleaner in that lower third of his body to move him above this barrel here. That's really stout skulled. I like that about him. But he's a little more jammed up in his head and his neck. He's a little rounder at his hip. And the longer he's out here, he likes to step outside him and turn that back left leg out just a little more. But a muscular, stout, heavy-boned one that's tall at the point of the shoulder, you got to like that. That thing's got a lot of muscle and density to him. Very appreciative. Then we come out with a little harder to evaluate here, some differences amongst these. A real practical barrel here that takes long strides out of his front end. He's got a big forearm, little plainer in his muscle compared to the barrels that were ahead of you, but really good livestock. He's long-bodied, he's long-hipped, he's long-fronted. He just doesn't have that extra feature and pizzazz of a show barrel, but that's good hog. I mean, a packer will just take them all day long. We raise these red ones, and barrels like that are at a premium for people that want to butcher because of the meat quality they offer. That's the kind that has it. He's softer, he's deep rib, he's not overdone. That would be a really good hog for somebody to buy and eat if they buy them in the sale. I would recommend that. Real muscular barrel here that comes out. Like to see your barrel move a little better. He's really fresh. He's got a good shoulder blade. He's got a big top in him. He's got enough ham, but he needs to be leveled out. He needs to walk with more length of stride on both ends, front and rear, particularly in the rear. He just has to go better, be more comfortable for me to move any higher. And we got a black dotted barrel here, a real big bodied barrel. It's going to have a lot of dimension to him. He's got quite a bit of muscle. He's starting to show more cover maybe at this point than I like, but I mean, he's a heavyweight. He'd be a good eating hog as well. He's got a big soft hip in him, big cage. Just needs to be purdied up a little bit more to move any higher. Got a long-bodied red barrel here that just needs to have more muscle. He's really extended on both ends of his skeleton. He's loose made. It just needs to have more top muscle. Needs to be a little bit better on his rear legs as well. And the spot barrel, very similar. He's got about the same frame size as the red barrel. I think your barrel might have a titch more muscle, but he's not quite as correct as the red barrel, and that's why you're sitting here. He's got muscle. He just needs to be sounder on his feet and legs on both ends. Let's give those exhibitors a hand for another competitive class.
We'll do grand market and then red note. Congratulations to Jay Stetzer with a first blue, Julia Berg with a second blue, Katie Settlebauer with a first red, Doyle Hagen with a second red, Emmett Settlebauer with a first white, Xander Krasinski with a second white, and River Johnson with a first pink, and Clayton Castle with a second pink. Now entering the arena will be all of our first and second blues, starting at medium weight A class, and we will be selecting our Grand and Reserve Market Barrel.
Let's give these exhibitors a hand for making it this far. You definitely have some quality in this county here. There's no question. I knew you would. But I like all these barrows out here. They've got a lot of value. There's just one that hits me harder when you talk about that extra feature that runs uphill, huge rear-legged, fresh as they can be. Young man right here is going to be your champion. Good job.
Congratulations to Adam Mossman on winning this year's Grand Champion Market Barrel. His banner is sponsored by Spring Creek Livestock, and his buyer plaque will be sponsored by Jackson County Farm Bureau. We will now be selecting our reserve Grand Champion Market Barrel.
Did I say Brett? Oh, I don't know. You did the first time. Heavyweight A, right? 6'7", no, 3'11". 3'11", thank you.
No, he just weighs
I
3.
couldn't focus.
I like that she was talking seductively in her ear.
Stop. Oh! I wish I get scared. What? Stop. Sounds like a stranger. I don't like people enough to be scared here, okay? I don't have to worry about people talking to me.
Oh no, which that's yours is.
If you want.
We bring out that second place pig in that class, and I thought that was very, very close pair. Really like both of those barrows. Very good championship drive here, and for reserve, I think it's very close. We bring him out. He's balanced. He's really good hipped and hind-legged pig. He's maybe not quite as stout as one in here. Really like that. The white barrow, I mean, she gets him shown as good as any. He's long strided. I like that about him. The red barrow, extremely extended, long hip barrow there that you have to appreciate. We got this heavyweight belted barrow, big square hip, stout, robust hog you have to like. And we got the young lady's painted up barrow, tall fronted, really attractive looking, long enough strided. Like to give you a little more muscle, square his hind legs up. So I think it's really close between a pair of them out here, between the second one in the class of our champion and the barrow over here with the belt on him too. And I think he's the one that follows the closest to me. He's got a little bigger back. He's square. He's stout. He's got not quite as much look as our champion, but I think he most similar. He follows. Congratulations. Young lady here is going to have reserve. Nice job. Nice pigs. Nice pigs. You were in the hunt, buddy. I liked it. I liked it. Good job. Great showman. Nice red barrel. What's he on it? Ring of fireworks. Triple B.
Congratulations to Haley Hansen on your reserve Grand Champion Market Barrel. Her banner was sponsored by the Blair Meat Market, and her buyer plaque is sponsored by Brock and Dawn Laufenberg. We will now be selecting our Grand Champion and Reserve Champion bred and owned. So if you have a bred and owned barrel, please bring it to the ring.
tremendous when you can breed your own and bring them out and be at the top end of these classes. And there's some out here that were. We've got pigs that are class winners out here against everybody, the Boughton pigs. So that's a good accomplishment. I think the one in here that is my favorite, bred and owned, and it was knocking at the door for Grand and Reserve today in my mind, is this belted barrel here. Congratulations on you. When I get out here for Reserve, bred and owned, I think it's very close. The one that suits me best, I think there's just more hog. We got more length. We got more length of hip. We got more dimension, still enough look. The red barrel young man has is going to be the Reserve bred and owned. Congratulations. Good job.
Congratulations to
That one's mine.
Sure is.
congratulations to Sean Stetzer on your grand champion bred and owned.
Let's see here.
His banner was sponsored by Brock and Dawn Laufenberg. Congratulations to Jay Stetzer for your Reserve Grand Champion bred and owned, and his banner was sponsored by Casper Farms. We are going to jump right into the market gilt show. So if you have your lightweight A gilts, please start bringing them up.
Hold my grand and
So,
a very even group of lightweight gilts that all have extremely good amount of lean muscle in them. You have to appreciate that when you get over the back of all these here. So then you kind of try to separate them on structural correctness and heaviness of skeleton and all the added little pluses you want to put in them. And I think the one that I logically come to is this belted gilt here. She's the heavy boned one. She's got a little more spread in her chest than the other belted gilt that'll be second. She's got a bigger arm to her. I'd like to give her just a little more soft center body, as I would the second place belted gilt there. She's mobile. She needs just a little more rib cage to her too, but they are hogs that got lean muscle in them. They're flexible. They can go all day. You have to appreciate that. That's where I like them better than the two that we got here. I'm going to go third with the Yorkshire gilt. I like your gilt from the side. I like the head. I like your hip design. If we could go a little looser on your feet and legs, particularly square up your rear legs a little bit better, we could have pushed this class for a class winner. But relative to the class, just because of her length of stride being not as long, we needed to put her third. Then we got a really good market hog here is in the spotted gilt. One that's got a big shoulder blade, a big top in her, big hip in her. She maybe runs downhill, maybe not as attractive as the other three gilts in this class, which goes a little bit with this breed, but a good market hog. She's got enough base to her, big arm, a lot of lean muscle. Let's congratulate those four exhibitors for four really nice market gilts.
Congratulations to Bryson Seiler on your first blue, Amara Strepp on your second blue, Jacob Kling on your first red, and Sean Stetzer on your second red. Now entering the arena will be our medium weight A gilts.
I have it written on the second page.
These gilts are ranging from 230 to 239 pounds.
That page?
No, but who was all in it?
Oh, yeah.
It's Aspen.
It was Aspen? Okay.
It was the younger one.
I'm like, I don't know those boys.
Who's the other one in the arena helping? Deacon Brown. Knew it.
Okay, I'll get up now. But I'm kind of stuck, if you want my honest truth.
These chairs stink.
And my pants are so wet.
We got a really nice trio of gilts, and they always have a little differences, and you want to get all the ones that has the most positive. And I think it comes down to this glossy colored painted gilt here young man has with the belt. One that's really fresh. You might have a little more fill in her to me than even you need. I know you always want to have enough in them there. You don't want them to look hollow, but she almost looks like she's got a bit much. But put that aside, there's one that's opened up. She's good looking. She's got some muscle shape. She moves with enough flexibility in this class. I think she moves better out of her front end than either gilt that follows her. I like that about her. She's tall at the point of the shoulder, balanced. I just don't justify any reason to beat her in this trio of gilts. Where it got really close is between the next two. The one I choose to go with here is the gilt here, the other belted gilt. She's wider coming at me. She's got more natural spread and blade and dimension up through her shoulder and her center part of her rib. She's square going away. I'd like to make her just a little longer strided, just to be real critical of this gilt. But boy, you talk about from the blade back, the square beam she's got in her, square hip, got some bone to her. I think really nice. Really nice show gilt here, gets her head up. I like that about her, but she gets a little straighter in her shoulder and up right there. Maybe you get her head up a little too far. It might even hurt her, I think, a little. But boy, I appreciate the look she gives you. I like her hip and hind leg. She's just a little flatter through her shoulder and her fork cage compared to the two that beat you, but I like that gilt extremely well. Nice trio, you guys. Still got a quality market gilt here. I'd like to clean this gilt up in the lower third of her skeleton a little bit. She likes to step outside of herself just a little bit. Man, you talk about one that's fresh. Look at the shape that one has. She's got her tail up like an American flag there. Got big pin set to her. Just like to bring her rear legs in, make them a little longer strided, and clean her up in the crotch to move her any higher. Really attractive, clean, fresh gilt that's got muscle shape and design. Just needs to have more dimension. Need to have more rib cage, just more hog there. I think relative to the class, though, feet and legs and design got you this high. Has a lot to her. Looks immature, like she has some better days ahead. Another practical gilt here. Good down the top line, good from the side. I like that. Need a little more dimension in your gilt as well. I'd like to see your gilt have a little stronger feet, especially up front. She kind of knees in a bit. Needs to be a little bigger in her foot size to compete with the gilts ahead of you. Polka dotted gilt here that has the big black spot, has design and depth of body and looseness I like. She's just not getting along on that back left leg good enough to carry her, whether it's an injury or just a genetic thing. We could fix that. That gilt could have moved up a few holes. And we round out the class, big old productive kind of a gilt here. I like the body dimension, softness that your gilt has. Just not as attractive, a little lighter in the bone work than some of the gilts in the class, but real deep bodied, big bladed, practical kind of market hog. Be good to eat. Very similar here. Here's one that got some body and dimension there. Going to be one to put on the plate and be really good. He's flexible. Just needs more muscle to compete with the good gilts in a market class situation. In a breeding gilt situation, maybe we could look at her a little higher. Let's give those kids a hand for a nice class.
Congratulations to Jay Stetzer on your first blue, Chase Campen on your second blue, Alyssa Lindo on your first red, Haley Hansen on a second red, Emmett Settlebauer on a first white, Aiden Stetzer on a second white, Clayton Castle on a first pink, Aspen Krasinski on a second pink, and Xander Krasinski on a third pink. Now entering the arena will be our medium weight B gilts. These gilts range from 248 to 258 pounds.
We got a lot of differences here. But the one that is the most structurally correct for me and has the shape and body and flexibility is this white gilt here to win the class. I think your gilt's a little over full for me, makes her look chunkier, but you get over her top, her flexibility on both ends of her skeleton, I think rise to the top. Then where it gets difficult for me, I choose to go here second with the real busted open meat hog. I like that about her. She knees in just a little bit coming at me. She may be just a little bit rounder in her muscle shape and maybe a bit extreme for me. I'd like to see just a little softer center cavity to her. But man, she's opened up. She's got muscles. She got a big tail root, beautiful headed gilt. So many things I like about her, just a bit extreme for me. Then I thought it was really close between third and fourth. I really like this girl's crinkled ear gilt here. That gilt has the best movement in here next to our class winner. She's opened up. She's got a beam down her back. She's really good hipped and hind-legged. Not as tall-shouldered, not as pretty maybe as our class winner, but that's really good livestock. Really like her. Like the gilt here. Next, the wide-belted gilt here. The tall-fronted gilt gets a little straighter in her knee, maybe just a little frailer in her bone work compared to the gilts that were ahead of you. But tall-shouldered, got muscle shape, got some rib and cage to her. You have to like her. And we round out the class with one that just doesn't get around as good on her feet and legs. She's got a big arm. She's big-legged. She's got enough top shape in her. She just has to be more flexible on both ends of her skeleton today to move any higher. But that was a very, very interesting class. Hard to evaluate and judge because there's so much difference, but very good class. Let's give them a hand.
Congratulations to Taylor Laufenberg with a first blue, Luke Fisher with a second blue, Morgan Lindo with a first red, Brady Blaken with a second red, and Parker Blaken with a first white. Now coming into the arena will be our medium weight C gilts. These gilts are ranging from 259 to 270 pounds. I was going to say, just jump back in.
gilts here, and a nice pair that surfaces to the top for me. But I think we got a class winner that we have to use in the young man's gilt over here. The most structurally correct in both ends of your skeleton. You get over the top of them. She's got muscle. She's clean and neat about her head. She's big enough at her arm. Really superior rear leg in this class. Really has that balance and look and proportions that are very good and always going to keep you very competitive. A little longer bodied gilt, maybe a fraction longer rump. I like that about her. Maybe like the head and jawline of your gilt just a little better. But where I don't like her is her rear leg placement. She bows a little bit. She's wider between her hock than she has her heel, and she has a little more set and cushion back there than ideal. But really fresh, really good hip, beautiful headed kind of gilt I really like extremely well. And we come out with a gilt that you like from the side, really good. She too needs to be more correct on her rear legs for me to justify moving her up any higher. From the side, I really like her. Her top shape's very good. Her shoulder height and angle to her shoulder's good. She just needs to go a little better behind for me to move up any higher. Got a bigger frame gilt. The girl does a great job at showing and really not as fresh looking. She got a big jaw in her. I like that about her. Her lines are good, but she's really flat in her rib cage compared to the other gilts. And I'd like to change her rear leg set. She's got a big rear leg. She just needs to square up and go away from me with a little more true, honest step to move any higher. Real practical gilt, and we could have maybe justified putting you up a spot or two, young man. Not one that has all the bells and whistles of a show hog, but this is practical livestock. She balances, she sets her feet down correctly, maybe runs downhill a bit, but I like her stout head, I like her rib cage, her balance. I think you could have justified putting her up a spot or two, wouldn't argue with that a bit. Really good kind of livestock there. Here's one that's got a lot of cutability. These two gilts, you can let them both out. Gilts that really have a lot of muscle. This gilt gets a little flatter in her rib cage, a little steeper and rounder in her hip structure to move her down. But she's got shape. She's got a good head in her. She's tall enough at her shoulder. Correct her hip structure a bit to move her any higher. Here's one that gives me a good look from the side in terms of level, height of the shoulder, all that is good. She's got enough rib and body and muscle. I like that. Where she disappoints me a bit, she needs to be stouter in her face. She needs to be bigger in her feature and her legs, particularly in her rear leg, and need to square her up, give her a little more bone to make her a better animal. Then we round out the class with one that's got a little more structure and bone and looseness. I like that practical thing about this gilt, but she needs in a little bit coming at me. She needs to just have a little bit more muscle to make her a bit better. But length of hip, looseness, feature to her, really maybe a little better breeding gilt than a market gilt. But let's give those kids a hand for another good competitive class today.
Congratulations to Brett Mossman on a first blue, Macy Casper on a second blue, Parker Blaken on a first red, Julia Brown on a second red, Reese Gerke on a first white, Morgan Berg on a second white, Alexa Blaken on a first pink, and Aurora Phelps on a second, Alexa Blaken on a first pink, and Aurora Phelps on a second pink. Now entering the arena will be our heavyweight A gilts. These gilts are ranging from 272 to 280 pounds.
I was watching Angela.
Let's give these three exhibitors a hand. This is a very good trio of gilts. Very good, very good. Oh, there's one here that I think's a man-eater, though, compared here. Young lady's going to win with this big stout gilt here. Awesome jawline and skull in her, big forearm, big toe spread, got rib shape, top shape, big rear leg and heel to her and squares up going away from you. Very, very elite animal. Congratulations to her on a beautiful, beautiful class-winning gilt. Then it gets very close between the two. I'm going to go with the belted gilt there. I think she's more honest. She's spread apart in her blade. She's leveled her down her spine and back. Got a little more comfortable hip. I think she's just more comfortable on both ends, but she just beats you on spread. I think a gilt that you could justify pushing that class winner with, but the extra bone that class winner and balance and proportion she had is just hard to beat. But this is a good gilt. She's got a good face. She's got a good enough skeleton in terms of width, shape to her rib, top shape, hip. Very, very good animal. Like the blue here, big painted up type of gilt too. I'd like to push her spine down just a little. She's a little rounder, a little tighter in her spine, but really takes a long stride. She's got bone. She's got that attractive show pig look about her. I'd like to make her head stouter compared to the two that beat you in my own personal preference. But I think in this is probably as good a third place hog as we've had all day. Very, very good gilt. Come out with a very nice red gilt out here. Could make a breeding gilt or a market gilt, but just good livestock. Stout old skull that's wide between the eyes, still has a long enough feminine immature face to her. She's tall at the shoulder, real fresh kind of gilt. Just looks all natural. I think a very good practical gilt. Just run into a buzzsaw of a trio to beat there. Another good blue gilt here. This is a real meat hog. Got some rib shape, a lot of shape up the high on the top of the skeleton. Her muscle pattern may be a little rounder than ideal. I'd like to change her neck and the way she strides out of her front end. She gets a little shorter stride and choppy, but man, that's a true meat hog. That's fresh, honest, looks like a hog that grew, converted it to some really lean muscle, a really good kind of market hog. Yeah, I like some breeding value in this gilt that comes here. Talk about one that's got some angle to her front end and length of stride. I like that. She toes in and gets a little soft on her front pasterns. She bows a little bit on her rear hock and in heel and gets under herself a bit. But man, long rump, super heavy structured, still long up through the front. Very intriguing gilt, just too piecey for me today to balance out to beat the good gilts that we had in the top two. And a good gilt, quality gilt here to end up. Here's one that has got a lean shoulder, nice square top in your gilt, long enough through her rump. I'd like to change the rear legs in your gilt. She's too tight, particularly her back right leg, not moving good enough today to justify me moving her up any higher. But let's give these kids a hand. That was a really good trio of gilts there on the top.
Congratulations to Emma Campen with your first blue, Sadie Brown with a second blue, Cole Laufenberg with a first red, Oakley Settlebauer with a second red, Doyle Hagen with a first white, Luke Fisher with a second white, and Jordan Olson with a first pink. Entering the ring will be our heavyweight B gilts. These gilts are ranging from 282 to 289 pounds.
and you got to pick and choose your poison sometimes, but the one that has the most balance to me and sets the 4 feet down correctly and still has some top shape and balance and proportionality is the black gilt right here. Young man has big forearms, sets her feet down on the ground square with big old toe spread, still has muscle, still has a neat enough look up front. You got to just appreciate the balance and all the boxes she checked. Second place gilt here's got more. I like that about your gilt. She's just in slow motion for me. I'd like to get her to just get going. She maybe don't place her hind foot quite as far and flexible as our class winner, but man, I like this gilt's freshness. This hog is tall-shouldered, opened up, just a tremendous top and rib cage to your gilt. She's full out through her rump. It's long enough. She squares up good enough. Maybe not quite as big and at the ground as our class winner, but it's hard for me to beat a market gilt like that. I just like to see her go, balance just a little bit better, push that spine down, take longer strides. But man, that thing has got a nice body shape to her. Real flexible gilt here is practical. Very long in her body and still has a big top in her. She's long enough in her hip. Maybe a fraction steeper hip, but I can accept that the way her rear legs plant. Where I'd like to change your gilt, I'd like to raise her shoulder height a bit, get her up on her pasterns better, maybe stouten her feature compared to the 2 gilts that were ahead of you in terms of density and bone work. But a very practical, long-strided gilt you'd sure have to appreciate for her qualities. We got a real close pair here. Actually, a trio that come out next. Balanced kind of gilt here. Practical. She strides out with comfort. You have to appreciate that. Just like to see just a little more hog here. Push her spine down, level her out just a little out through her top, out through her hip to improve her and move her up a little higher. Another robust one here. It's just a true, absolute meat hog with a big old noggin and head on her. You got to like that about her. She gets a little rounder in her muscle pattern. She starts to wrinkle in her ham loin a bit more. But I'd like to change her rear legs. I'd like to square them up. I'd like to have her stride better. Just from the right at the heel, needs to flex just a little bit better for me. But opened up through the center, big back, big dimension, muscle, a lot of value in a market hog show to that gilt. Another gilt here, more of a breeding gilt probably than a market gilt. One that's good from the side in terms of lines, good angles to her skeleton. I like that about her. I'd like to just see her stride just a little bit better off her rear legs, square them up. She needs to have a little more width and chest and muscle in the top part of her skeleton and out through her chest to move her any higher. Very high caliber gilt to be this far down the line. Then we got a real robust bodied meat hog here. A lot of dimension in your gilt in terms of muscle, rib, and ham and dimension to her. She just needs to be more flexible on her feet and legs. She needs to be cleaned up through that neck and throat to be more of a show hog and give you that balance and look we're looking for today in these show hogs. But let's give those a hand. Very good competitive class. Good job.
Congratulations to Adam Mossman on a first blue, Will Blaken on a second blue, Kendall Campen with a first red, Ryan Ruzick with a second red, Wyatt Berg with a first white, Katie Settlebauer with a second white, and Leo Forstein with a first pink. Now entering the arena will be our heavyweight C gilts. These gilts are ranging from 285 to 320 pounds. If you had a first or second blue starting with the medium weight A gilt, please make your way to the ring to the holding arena so we will be able to select our grand and reserve. Oh no. Wait, I don't think that one's yours. I don't think it is.
They're good now.
I was gonna say that was not Kate's pick. on the other side, Kate.
Are only the top 7 getting ribbons?
Wrong pile.
Attention on the grounds. If you have an unauthorized
Got a really nice pair to start here with here, and they're actually a trio. Little differences here. We got a blue that's got more hog there, and maybe has a couple structural issues coming at you, and he's in a little more than I like. And we got a black-headed, painted-up gilt here that kind of has the proportionality and the balance that I'm looking for today. I think just a fraction looser than the blue gilt in this class. This one wins. Really balanced, good from the side. One that's got some dimension and muscle to him. I thought maybe just a little bit better coming at me than the blue gilt. I like the head in your blue gilt better. I think you got more top shape in this pair. I like that about her. She's got rib and muscle and a beautiful head. Change her on the forearm and in the knee a bit. Make her a little longer strided. Maybe we could have switched that pair, and I would argue you could justify switching that pair. I think it's very close. You just have to pick your choice there and go on with it. Got a really practical red gilt here. Probably hasn't been out in the yard and show broke like some, but man, you look at this gilt. She has length of stride. She's got a big tail. She's got muscle. She's got squareness when it goes away from you. She's got some feature to her skull, and yet it still has an immature look about her. I think a very nice red gilt to be in third. And we got three white gilts. We can bring them all out. They're very, very close. And I thought this one had the most shape of these three here when you get over her back. I think her head matches her skeleton as good as any of the three. She's got muscle. Her muscle maybe a fraction around her. She's a little shorter in her joints from her hock to the ground maybe than the ones that follow. But man, in a meat hog thing, in a market hog show, I mean, that one's top shape and balance. Gets her pen there pretty high. We got the other two gilts I think would make probably better breeding gilts than they would market gilts. The one good far end there, long strided level, just needs a bit more muscle. The one here needs a little longer stride. Then the blue gilt on the far end has a ton of product in her. She just needed to have better rear legs for me. And these red gilts here, I'd like to just fancy them up just a little bit. This one here is a very practical kind of gilt, deep in her rib, flexible enough in her movement. You could justify moving her up a little bit. Just really kind of vanilla and just a bit plainer to me. The other red gilt here needs to walk a little better. Maybe has a little more muscle in her than the one that beat you. Just like to see her walk better. She splays out a bit on her front legs. She's not getting along as good on her rear legs today. But big bladed, really good muscle shape, dimension is really good. Just needs to have a better running gear. And same thing with the spot. She's got a lot of hog there. It's a little bit round, but she just has to go better, has to have better feet and legs to compete at this level today. But let's give that class a hand for a very competitive class.
Congratulations to Drew Stetzer with a first blue, Alexa Blaken with a second blue, Jackson Peterson with a first red, Wyatt Berg with a second red, Doyle Hagan with a first white, Preston Yeske with a second white, Tate Yeske with a first pink, Aurora Phelps with a second pink, and Jay Stetzer with a third pink. We will now be selecting our grand champion and grand and reserve champion market gilt. If you had a first or second blue starting in medium weight A, please bring them to the ring. At the conclusion of our grand and champion market gilt, we will be doing our grand and reserve bred and own.
Let's give these 6 exhibitors a hand here for a really good gilt show. I get to do a lot of these shows, and I probably do more of the state and national shows than I do county shows, but I still enjoy this ground level kids that are first timers, and there's nothing like your county fair. It's great. We have a reasonably nice day compared to the last few days, so it makes it pleasant. Want to thank all these ring help here. It makes everything run so smooth. Getting them pigs penned. Let's give them a hand for helping. That makes life as a judge a lot better. And then when you have good kids and quality livestock, it makes it an enjoyable day for a judge as well. And we get in this championship drive here, and we've got some quality throughout, but we have got one in here. If it was a class break, it would be a monster for me. I think there's one gilt out here that almost gives me goosebumps. She's that good in terms of design, structure, puts all the proportionality and feature, and still not coarse. Still has enough muscle for a market gilt. One that I think you could go to a lot of county fairs. I just judged a big one in Iowa down by Ames last week, and I had a blue gilt that was very, very good, and I've done some others, and I haven't seen a county fair gilt as good as this belted gilt this young lady has. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Congratulations to Emma Campen with her Grand Champion Market Gilt. Her banner was sponsored by Jackson County Farm Bureau, and her buyer plaque will be sponsored by Security Financial Bank. We will now be selecting our reserve Grand Champion. I know, that's why I started laughing.
What's Emma's pig's number?
I don't even know. Where is she?
I really liked her in that class, and I like her when we get her out here and compare her with the other gilts that are in the hunt. She wins for fun for me too. Opened up, muscular, athletic gilt, and you get down her top, she's as fresh and good as any gilt in here. Gilt on the far end that was second in that class will be our reserve champion. Congratulations to that young lady.
Yeah. Sadie.
Mama's by the door.
Hello? Where is this? Do you want me to? No, because I can. Okay. Congratulations to Sadie Brown on her Reserve Champion Market Gilt. The Reserve Grand Champion Market Gilt banner was sponsored by Hannah Olson, and the Reserve Grand Champion Market Gilt buyer plaque was sponsored by Geezy Show Pigs. We will now be doing our bred and own market gilt. So if you have a bred and own market gilt, please bring them into the arena. Thank you. Very nice, very nice. Thank you.
Yeah,
Are these guys for bred and own?
gilts.
Yes.
And that's really neat that these kids have projects and see them from the farrow and crate all the way to the show. That's a great experience, great learning tool for these kids. I think very close between three of these out here in terms of quality gilts that are bred and owned, and the one that's going to be champion bred and owned is a young man right here with his painted up kind of gilt. Congratulations to you. Then I thought it got really close between these two gilts here for reserve bred and owned, and I think one's a little longer hip, one's a little sounder on her rear legs. You can nitpick and do anything you want. I'm going to reward this girl for doing a good job right here. The balance and soundness that gilt offers, very good. I did like your painted up gilt. Little nickel bigger, a little stouter, not maybe quite as correct. Congratulations though. Let's give them another hand.
Congratulations to Jay Stetzer with a grand champion bred and owned gilt. His banner is sponsored by the Lincoln FFA alumni. Congratulations to Taylor Laufenberg exhibiting this year's reserve grand champion bred and owned market gilt. Her banner was sponsored by Terry and Paula Hagen. We are going to take a quick 5-minute break, and then we will start with our showmanship. We will be starting with senior showman. I should go pee again. You gotta go. Yes, 5 minutes. 2 heats of seniors.
I forgot there was so much chips still. There was still so much.
Now we know.
That's hysterical.
I'm voting on a mat because we sink into the my butt
I know,
cheeks.
that's not nice.
not come back.
Yeah, they're gonna get rid and send it back to the farm.
Okay.
Let's give your senior exhibitors a hand here in showmanship. And I could say honestly, that's not my favorite thing. I much rather judge livestock. I haven't been with these kids but a few hours, and there's some kids that I definitely have in mind. I'm glad that you have showmanship at the end of the day, so the judge can kind of know who did it during game day and when it mattered. Sometimes you get unlucky, like the young man there at the end of this group that had a pig that decided that outgate was more important than anything in his life, and it just makes it difficult where you can't overcome it. We're going to keep 5 here that I have in the first 5 pans to come back in the next heat. So we'll redo them for overall, and we'll talk them individually. There's some things, the young man there had the problem with the gilt, getting it off the fence. That was the only glaring deal in here. There's a young man there at the blue gilt. Sometimes you like to knee that gilt a little more. I'm not wanting to nitpick any of them. Almost all you kids are deserving to do this. I'm going to keep 5, and we'll bring them back. Let's give them a hand.
Congratulations to Wyatt Berg, Brady Blaken, Luke Fisher, and Doyle Hagen. We will now start our second heat of the seniors. I should have sent money with Jake for me. Hello, Easton.
Hey,
How are you?
what are you?
Good. You go next week to college? 2 weeks.
2 or 3, so. Yeah.
in our second draft, a senior showmanship. I'm going to keep 5 again in this group here to come back and go for your overall showmanship. But I want to comment, we got a couple here at the end of the class that are still good. This young guy here came in with this wild pig, and I got to give him credit. He got that thing shown after that. It settled down, and I had a lot of good looks at it. I tell you what, I was pretty much impressed with it. But he come in here, and he was in the gate running kind of wild. We can't use him, but I tell you, the improvement we had just in that class and him, I think was very good. Young man here, I'd like to have him have a whip and be a little more assertive with it. Maybe get your head up and go. It's a really good pig. I think you can do it better if you get the head up and make that thing walk with a little more authority. But we're going to keep 5 of these kids. Young lady in 6 did a nice job too. I gave her a couple tips on what to do to get better. I believe she should get a whip as well. Maybe get a little more assertive. Very pleasant gal. Let's give these a hand for making the chance to come back. It's going to be a really good senior showmanship for overall.
Congratulations to Jacob Kling, Jackson Peterson, and Aurora Phelps. We will now be doing our overall, or our final, or how do I work this? We will be doing our senior selection for showmanship.
you want them in or not?
I talked to both of you. You guys just take it easy and chill out. Don't you can head back if you'd rather. Sorry about the wait there, but it's when the competition's this stiff, you gotta give them a credit, and I make them work for it. I'm not one to hand out A's and to everybody. I gotta to get better. You gotta push them, and these kids are very good up here in the top end. And you get at the end of the day, and it's heating up, and they know where both out gates and in gates are. It's a tremendous challenge. I understand that. I've seen it a million times. So when the pig decides that it's over, the best showman sometimes can't control it. But one thing it tells me sometimes is who worked with them the most at home. And you could tell there's a lot of these kids in the upper end here have these pigs out maybe every day, maybe twice a day. You give them a shower, walk them, have a hands-on with them, and it usually shows. It's not 100%, but I feel it's pretty accurate. Going to start out with a young lady here in the class. You can bring your gilt out. I got as many good looks with this gal all day, not only here when we get into the contest part of it, but very good pig. That starts to get the judge's attention, but I really like the way you handle your pig. You're down there, you're on it, you're not bouncing, you're not showboating it, you just get the job done with a pleasant look. I think gal does an excellent job. Next girl here, a real intense girl that had a pig that kind of wanted to fight the fence, and she's got enough experience to keep herself out of trouble. I like that about her. You can tell she's got experience. You can tell she's got a little internal fortitude, competitiveness in her. I like that. She gets that pig to walk with its head up. And does a very good job as well. Young lady comes out next, does a very good job. That pig is one that really likes to stride out.
Did you have them in order, right?
Yep. Does a good job with her as well. I thought all day long she was one that caught my eye. I like her posture. She's prepared. You can tell she's worked with that pig a lot. Young man with the red barrel. I got a lot of good looks in your red barrel. You're a little taller, and that's a little disadvantage, I think, showing. You're more upright. But that pig, you've had that pig, his hair is good. You had him walking around with his head up. You did your job. You got as much out of that barrel as you can. I think excellent job as well. Young lady comes out next, got a barrel that I really liked all day. You're a little more serious. You're competitive. I'd like to see just a little more smile and make it look like you're having just a fraction more fun. But you do a very good job. You've given it looks. There has been a few times that you got that pig a little close to me and under me. I'd like to get a little more distance, kind of about like that. That's a better look for me. Young lady here is a pig that didn't cooperate worth a darn for her, but I give you credit for the fight. She hung in there. It wasn't a top placing pig or anything, and that thing wanted the rail the whole time and was just a pain in the butt. But she fought, and she got me some good looks. I credit your effort as much as any of the kids in this top end. Young ladies both here did a nice job. You can let them both out. Both girls did a nice job. The pig started to want the out gate and get a little tuckered out, which makes it tougher on them. So it's hard for me to know whether that's preparation at home or just the way the chips fall sometimes. So congratulations to you two girls, too. Let's give them all a hand there. That's over. What's that?
I just wanted to make sure you weren't going to surprise.
Congratulations to Macy Casper winning this year's Senior Showmanship. Her banner is sponsored by Casper Farms. Congratulations to Julia Brown on being second. Also, congratulations to the final, or those in the final: Morgan Berg, Morgan Lindo, Kendall Campen, Grace Kling, Jay Stetzer, Amara Streff, and Haley Hansen. We will now be starting our first heat of the intermediate showmen. There's 17 in
we're gonna keep 5 again in this class. They're here to come back. I talked to some of the kids that had trouble with the pigs that wanted to get on the out gate. It's kind of the theme of the day when you get at the end of the day. But let's give them a hand here, especially there's ones that at the top end for them to come back.
Alright, I don't know if I can have it away. Bye. Bye.
Can we just say congratulations?
What? I'm going to. Yeah. Oh, I said you want me to. Oh, yeah, you can. Ah. So, just congratulations to these people. And now we'll bring out the second. Congratulations to Alexa Blaken, Justin Kling, and Xander Kaczynski. We'll now bring out the second heat of the intermediate showmanship. We're ready for tomorrow.
Xander.
He's ready to roll.
He's like, I don't need you. I don't need your attention. Do the fuck I want. They come out. Parker, make sure you're doing your job. He's such a laugh.
I'm going to keep 5 again, and I talked to these other kids. This was a really good heat. These kids here, you know, you get younger, sometimes it falls off a little bit, but we were really good all the way down here. Felt bad for the young man in the second last pen there, did an outstanding job. His pig's dirty. I talked to him, a pig jumped on him. It's just unfortunate, but skin and hair is all part of it. Presentation is all part of it. So let's give a hand to these top 5 that get to come back.
I don't like your shirt almost. Oh. Yeah, it's just sitting right here. But spicy. Yeah, it's like my September dress. And it was copying that one.
Oh no, what Stetzer is that?
It's not the dress.
Congratulations to Drew Stetzer, Preston Yeske, Aiden Stetzer, and Brett Mossman. We will now be selecting our overall intermediate showman.
I think so. I don't know. I'm just checking a little food bit.
You might be able to say a little bit. See if it dies.
Let's give these kids a hand here. This is a really good division, and we go 10 deep here, and I'm proud of every one of them. They did a good job. Told a few of them there at the end there, we just need to see them pigs go at just a little higher speed. They're just a little slow motion. They did everything they can, and sometimes the pigs are that way, but I like when they want to go, and that's why this girl here is going to win our division here with this white barrel. That pig goes at the speed, and it's sound enough to do so, but she gets after it. She just about screwed up not shutting the gate there. You were really close to knocking yourself out of this deal, because we shut them gates so other exhibitors don't get injured. That's a big reason, and it's politeness. So that's what we had a couple girls that forgot here that are definitely in the hunt. Young girl here does a great job. Congratulations, you two. No mistakes. Did a good job all day. Had a good look. Good pig. That always helps. Young lady here. These two here. You're definitely one of the best showmen of the day. You did shut your gate going out of the last heat. That struck you down. Another thing that you're at a big disadvantage is you won the hog show, and boy, you got to be a lot better when you win the show. I want to spread it around if somebody's even. I love that guild. It does a really good job. Just should have shut that gate. Same thing with this young lady in the black shirt. You didn't shut the out gate in the first heat. Your pig is just a little bit owlier, not maybe quite as under control, but you keep the head up, you keep it in motion good, manage it as good as you can, because it's just a little bit higher strung kind of a pig. Congratulations to her. Young guy here, I like the calm that you have out here. You probably don't smile as much as some of these kids, but you really have a calm about you. The pig walks around in comfort. I think you do a really nice job. Maybe smile just a little bit more, maybe appeals. That's where these girls have such a darn advantage for this guy. But you did a good job. This is a pig I liked all day, and the kid just did a solid job, made no mistakes, didn't wow me in any way, but just consistent, solid, good pig, presentative good, skinted hair was clean and good enough, did a nice job. My mic is dead here, so let's give these other kids a good hand.
We need batteries. Maddie was going to find batteries. We'll find some. There should be some in the office. Huh? Well, I
by Game Day Show Pigs. Also, congratulations to Rayanne Ruzick on a second place. Congratulations to Julia Berg, William Blaken, Hugh Hansen, Emma Campen, Alyssa Lindo, Ella Settlebauer, and Sean Stetzer. Now in the arena is our beginner showman.
Of all the showmanships, maybe this is the part I like the best of these young newcomers and the teaching part of it. And if you do answer or ask some questions, sometimes the answers are something you really laugh about on the way home. It's all part of it. But we're going to keep 4 of these kids for this draft here. I thought that stood out in this group. Let's give them all a hand for doing an excellent job.
Say that?
Bryson Tyler. Okay, so the ones with the stars are the ones we're keeping. Yes. Congratulations to Sadie Brown, Clayton Castle, Bryson Seiler, Dale Forstein, Reese Gerke, and Rivers Johnson. We will now be bringing in our second heat of beginners. Moment to introduce our judge again. His name is John Heinker, and he is from Decorah, Iowa. He has been married for 46 years and has 4 children and 13 grandchildren. He is a Duroc crossbreed breeder and sells hogs all over the United States and the world. He has judged several state and national shows and all over the United States. Please welcome our judge, John.
Now I'm in the cooler thing. Side of the cooler.
Now I have a fun
for battling away in our junior division in our second heat. I'm going to keep 4 of these young people in this group. So let's give them a hand again here for trying hard today in a warm day. It's starting to get warm.
Congratulations to Annette Streff, Aspen Krasinski,
He's keeping top 4.
and Oakley Settlebauer.
Did I not start last one?
Yeah, you clocked off Emmett staying. Oh no, you're fine. We will now be selecting our overall beginner showman.
Let's give these juniors a hand here for battling away. And young man, I was very impressed with you. Bring your barrel out here. Let him out. Maybe you want to stay in there and soak in the wind there, but we need to look at your animal and talk about you. I thought you did an excellent job all day. I think in this junior division, he wins for me for fun. I mean, he come right out of that chute, head up, skin and hair just right. You could tell there's a lot of preparation at home with this guy. Quality animal helps, but he gets it. He kept him in the middle of the ring. He's showing that animal off. I like his posture, the way he handles his whip. That's the way it's done, young guys. Watch how he does that. That's very impressive for his age. Congratulations. Young man comes out second and is just solid as a rock. Not quite any emotion in this guy. I really thought he did a solid job. And one thing I really liked is the skin and hair of his pig. And yeah, I know that's not showmanship, but that's part of it. And black hogs that are clean and shined up, they look better than some other colored pigs. But skin and hair is really good. Kid kept that pig walking, kept him out of trouble, did a very, very good job. Young lady, little blondie, come out here, did a nice job. He started at the end to want that out gate like a lot of these things do. I got a lot of good looks at your pig all day. I like the pleasant look when you smile and show that pig at a nice pace. It really looks like you're having fun, and as a judge, you want to see these kids have fun and have a good project, good experience in 4-H. Let's give her a hand. Young girl here, we got a little bit of emotion and feistiness with this gal here. She had a little trouble earlier in the day and overcame it, and I like that, and I rewarded you for that effort. The pig is not a long strided pig, probably don't like the gait of the pig, but I like how you kept it out of trouble, kept it in the middle of the ring. I liked your effort all day, especially here at the end. How you handled that little bit of trouble, and I think she needs to be rewarded for that. Here's the steady guy of the bunch here with the red gilt comes out. This is Steady Eddie there. He doesn't show much emotion. He just goes about his business. He kept that gilt out of the trouble compared to a lot of these kids. Never got on the fence, never squealed, never did any of that. Maybe skin and hair probably is a pig that looks like it was fed indoors. Probably could have used a little bit more sunlight to make that hair coat look a little better. I would recommend that. But a pig that walked easy, he kept it moving all the time, kept it out of trouble. I really appreciate that. Young man that comes out next, you were really good a lot of times and not as good some other times. This pig always wanted the out gate. You kept it along the rail just too much, but when you got it out, you got its head up and go. This pig looks really good, and I got awesome looks. But we got too many times it was along the rail where it wasn't as good. So just work on that. Try to get that pig out of trouble a little sooner than you do and keep in the middle of the ring because, you should be proud of that animal, a very good animal. Young man rounds out the group here, did a nice job too. Got a lot of good profile looks. I like the skin and hair. Pig is clean, skin and hair is good. I got a lot of good looks. Let's give all these exhibitors, especially these juniors, a good hand for coming out and compete. Been a pleasure working with them.
Congratulations to Chase Campen, our junior showmanship winner. His banner was sponsored by Campen Farms. Congratulations to Emmett Settlebauer, placing second. Also, congratulations to Leah Blaken, Parker Blaken, Gage Castle, Brett Mossman, Jordan Olson, and Emmett Settlebauer and Tate Yeski. We are now going to be setting up for sales selection.
Oh, do you want it? Nope. I'm just looking. So Taylor was the intermediate.
Yep.